Hello everyone. Sorry I was a little late. Um, I was finishing some cleaning up, so last minute cleaning, you know how it is. Anyway. We're back here. It is the time we might actually finish the game today. Jesus Christ. This took a long time. 3rd of November, 9:30 AM, the Old Bailey Courtroom. Judge? It feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. Yeah, you don't say. I don't even see the funny haha, Judge. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Ah. Mr. Naruhodo, look. Ah. Lord Strongheart? Someone is not surprised that this is the situation we're at, that's at hand. As I must have known beforehand, that's what I said. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all over the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. I don't know how to tell you this, but you're England. You're always an embarrassment. Like, of your delightful island, you are the most embarrassment of them all. Like, in general, like, you're the embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. And one over which I am Miles Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. I was gonna say control because at this point is what I'm used to this guy. Ugh. The 6 jurors flames just. As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial You can't tell me that this is a fair judicial process when you're the person in charge, Han. You can't do that to me. You can't lie. Not like that. Like, you can't do that. Come on. Nah. Come on. In other words, a collection of acolytes of Straw Hat. Yeah, see? How is 1-6 the only normal English... the only reasonable Englishman in this room right now? On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord 1-6. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Bro, don't bring the dead brother up. That's kinda rude. See, now you're gonna give him depressive, like, flashbacks and shit. Like, you're gonna give him the trauma flashbacks. Bro! Seriously though, can't he get like a normal mallet? Like, I get it, the unicorn is like the animal of the national animal of Great Britain, which is hilarious when you remember that it's just like not a real animal. Like, bro, get like an actual, like, wait, is it Great Britain or is it only like a specific section, like, or is it only England? I never remember. I think it's the entirety of it. I think. I will need to recheck. Anyway, he can get a normal mallet, like a wooden one, perhaps. What you saying? In the name of Her Majesty, the Queen of Hair, we declare this court to be in session. The trial of Baron Van Six, who officially stands accused of murder. Ah, for fuck's sake. Counsels for the prosecution or defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord. Since the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Bro, we know that... See, the problem with these is that it's clear to me, standing from the outside, that Strongheart is the person at the top of the entire conspiracy bullshit. Like, he's the Reaper. Not literally, he's not the person murdering, but he's the person, like, planning the murders. Well, I guess technically Gregson was the person planning the murders, but Strongheart is the one who calls Gregson, like, who goes to his little, like, 1900s phone and phones Gregson and he's like, hey, bitch, I need you to murder someone. And then Gregson does the entire, like, hard work. Like, he's the person requesting it, which made him the, you know, the author of it. Technically. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations he had an accomplice. Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. I wouldn't call what he was suffering from amnesia exactly, but I guess that's fair. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he averted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperated on some sinners. He is recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the I was about to say the red-handed league. The red-headed league. I think I was talking about the black... Like, I think that happened because I was thinking about the Black Hand. You know, from... Like before World War I happened. The guys who were kind of in charge of killing good old Franz Ferdinand. Well, they did more than just that, but it's the thing that people tend to bring up first. It's like, oh yeah, remember the guys who killed Duke Ferdinand? Kind of a big deal, huh? There were like 6 guys who were in charge of that, and the first one failed pathetically. Like, it's so funny, because like, the entire thing is that he tried to throw a bomb at the car. Like, you know how there's like, there's always those drawings of like, Ferdinand and his wife on the car and getting shot, like, point blank. Well, what happened was that first they threw a bomb at the car, the bomb, bounced on the car and ended up behind them, exploding on another car and, like, harming, like, I don't know, like 20 people. So he tried to kill himself with a cyanide pill to not get, you know, grabbed. He vomited, didn't die, threw himself on a river. The river wasn't deep enough, and he was, like, grabbed then. And then Francie and his wife went to check on the victims, you know, as you do when something like that happens. And then they continued, like, the trip, and then at one point they took, like, a wrong turn while they were, like, doing the route again. Well, technically the route in reverse. And the driver fucked up. And the car stopped, and then one of the other guys that were supposed to kill him left, like, I guess it was like a confiterie, like, he was having a sandwich apparently, like, while waiting, some sources say. And then, you know, he took the chance because the car was stopped, and then he shot the 2 of them. Because, admittedly, that was an easier way of killing people. Very impressive, I would say. The bomb bouncing, I mean. Like, how do you make that happen? How do you cause a bomb to bounce on a car? Like, how does that even happen? Impressive bullshit history when you think about it. Anyway, which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed 1 day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Sogi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. Thank you, Maria. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on the 31st of October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report. Oh, my mortal enemy! I hear an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. The time of death was 5 p.m. on the 1st of November. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Also, if Gregson died in a different location a day ago, he didn't need to be in the place where we found the body. Can I point that out? Like, that's the dumbest fucking excuse. Like, yeah, he died a day earlier, he was kept on a refrigerator and then taken out and taken to the location where we found the body. Bro, get on with the I know it's because he did it. I know it's because he's responsible, technically, as a mastermind, but also I'm just so tired of this man. Him and his attempt of making the trains run on time. Very well. Like, if he wanted to make the trains run on time in Britain, he could have waited until after the 40s. No. In the 50s. Just saying. That's... It's not like England wasn't a little fashy, if not a lot fashy before then. But then they could, like, defend themselves with, like, well, but we beat the Nazis, so we can't be fascist. And it's just like, okay, whatever you say, bitch. Whatever you say, Thatcher, honey. Then again, he probably would have been dead by that point. So, I guess he wanted to start earlier. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls it first witness now. Okay, but do I have the updated autopsy report? I want to check on it. Like, did they actually update it? I already forgot. I was too occupied talking shit. Yeah, okay, that's it. Close range from the front. Standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. See, that's the thing that gets me. Because who has, like... You could argue that it could have been stolen, but... Wait, members of the judiciary. Now that I think about it, it could be anyone with, like, direct contact with the judiciary. Like, you just need... Like, it could be Stronghearts. I don't know why I tend to combine his first name with his second name, with his last name like that. I'm just... My brain doesn't like reading Strongheart, I guess. It could be Strongheart's gun. In which case, and that would make sense, because Strongheart would be the one to ask for Gregson to be dead, because the paper from the end of the first game, and the conspiracy stuff. But then, it has to be someone with direct contact to Strongheart, like someone who can just go up to him and get him. Oh my god, I was right! Oh no, I'm so stupid. Oh, I'm dumb, but also, Jesus. So, last stream, on the first part of this case, I made the comment that at this point I was expecting obviously evil Judge to be the one to have done it like Jigoku. I think Jigoku did it. It makes perfect sense, actually. He has direct access to a firearm from a member of the judiciary in England. It's mentioned that whoever took the body to the room there was carrying like a big suitcase. And one of the things that is pointed out is Jigoku's suitcase at the very beginning of the thing, and then on at the end of the second part, close to it, whatever, we get this photo as evidence, which has the suitcase immediately on, like visible right there, for absolutely no fucking reason. Oh my god, Jigoku fucking did it. It was the obviously evil judge. It was the obviously evil judge. Oh my god. It was mostly a joke. Like, I thought he was gonna be part of the conspiracy, but I didn't think he was gonna kill someone. But now that it makes perfect sense. Like, of course he's the obviously evil judge. Of course he did it. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. Wait, does that mean that Gregson was in the... Does that mean that Gregson's body was right here while we were taking this photo? Oh, that's freaky. Oh, I don't like that. That's awkward. I don't like that. Anyway, I guess I figured it out. I guess obviously evil judge did it. Great. At least we know where to point our finger to at this point. State your name and occupation for the police. Spectre Gina Lestrada reporting. Rep sensitive as Scotland Yard. Self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina again? Well, she works for Scotland Yard. What's your problem, Mother? What's with Gina again? Look, the boss meant the word to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out of the back slums on the east side and took me under his wing. Told me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right. Let over the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes. No. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face. Lord Strongheart knew. Of course he knew! He's the person responsible! Ryunosuke, can we repeat the program? So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir. I love this kid. She's adorable. He's so silly. Oh yeah, the detective was supposed to follow orders and investigate what they told. Well, Leo searched the boss office turned out a notebook and that had a lot of secrets meanings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is that witness would saw the Reaper at the place too. Excuse me? Smuggle goods? I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of the regular black markets that take place in the capital. The police are rarely able to locate them in time. So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets. It is being suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain how he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. Can be! We haven't heard anything about any of this. Never mind the fact that does Van Six look like the kind of man who would go to a gentleman's club? Come on, that man goes to drink wine depressingly in his office. Like every good prosecutor with some kind of... I was gonna say daddy issues, but like, I guess this is brother issues, but it's basically daddy issues. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question, the accused, Baron Van Six, was present. That would be very significant testimony then. Oh my, but... Lord Van Six has made no mention of this at all. Which, again, kinda sus, but okay. In short, Lord Van Six had ample opportunity to murder the victim. In a gentleman's club? Where there's people? What? Or like, do you mean outside of the gentleman's club? Where there would also be people? Like, the fuck are you talking about? Very well, then. Counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination. Okay, but can you get like a mallet? Can you stop doing that with a unicorn? I'm asking nicely. Hold it! Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yep. It was all I know was a note. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. It's a close court. Like, I know there's members of the judiciary in the peanut gallery, but like, you can't tell me that every single member of it, like... Bro. They say high-ranking people, but that doesn't necessarily mean high-ranking people of the judiciary. I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I gotta do is read it out. And I could too. I got this reading game button up now. Can I show you what I can do? God, what's the harm? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? Well, if they insist on me not getting the information, I must insist I get the information. Or else! This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection. Looks to be you. Kazuma? There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obtrusive. Obstructive, rather. Alright then. I had to show off my reading skills. Apparently, the smoking goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's called the Groose. The Groose? Wait, let me check something. What's this? I think we checked this at one point. Wasn't this? Yeah. Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Groose, Fiscal's Cabin 001. I knew that it was, yeah, I remember, like, we checked it, like, the first time that I got it, I checked it, and I was confused, like, well, yeah. Yokohama departure, 11th of September, London arrival, 1st of November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikoto and Judge Shigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Beria. Remember when that happened? It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Okay, so I think that was the exact same line. Should I? Wait, there was also... Let me check something else. There's also a paper in Gregson's trunk. Like, I examined it, but I want to recheck it just in case. There's something inside. Let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. Is Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh. What is it? It was for travel on the 31st of October, just one day before the incident. What, really? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. No, I don't think it was France, actually. Well... I do remember that it's mentioned... Here's the deal. So it's mentioned that they had to stop in France for like a second during the trip to England, like Mikoto and Yugoku. That would mean that Gregson could in fact go up to France, meet them there, get killed there, and then kept like on a fridge in a damn boat. It's just a little silly. Objection! Like I just think it's a little silly. I read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously? Is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called The Grus? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean, that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on the 31st of October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here! Let me see that. This accident young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. Yeah? This would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes? The SS Grus. Yeah.
Objection!
So there's a steamship named the Grus that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at that ticket. What is the date of arrival in port? The ship arrived at the port of Dover on the 1st of November. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st of October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission, that ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
Objection!
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grus on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well, Ned. Stop doing that with the... Get a gavel, like a normal judge. I know you're not a normal judge, but get a gavel. I'd much rather deal with the sound of the gavel. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grus on the 31st of October. Yeah, about that. Have the passport.
Take that!
That we got from, like, the thing. What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim? Yeah. Dated 31st October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. I know, right? Isn't it freaky? Isn't it crazy? Order! Order! This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grus arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board, at the port of Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France. I could possibly have taken the victim there. Sorry, I need to laugh. Come on, dude. Come on. Bro. I'm just... Here's the deal. I know that Kazuma knows. I know that he knows. And he's being so unhelpful. And I guess part of it is because he can't just come out and be a dick about it because he's in prosecution and, you know, not British. But bro, I know it's Strongheart. Well, I don't know if he knows that Judge Shigoku did the murdering, which at this point I think is obvious Judge Shigoku did the murdering because he's the obviously evil judge. But like, come on. Anyway. I'm impressed, Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? Were you hiding it from me or something? You mean you knew about this? See, this is the kind of thing that pisses me off. This is the kind of shit that makes me go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It's almost as annoying as Herlock, like, pulling shit on me. The prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. Thus, the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? Now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be. Why are you playing at Prosecutor Asogi? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it is my duty to present all the facts without exception. Let me guess, this was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? Bro! If you're gonna do that, get a gavel! I'm begging! Like, I just hate how high-pitched the sound is. Like, it just doesn't work for me, okay? I'd rather deal with the gavel. It's less annoying somehow. I don't know how. Arguably, the gavel is more high-pitched. It's just less grating. I don't know. Order! Order! What on earth are you saying, counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. I'm sorry, he said that and I just thought about, like, you know that meme of, like, the guy just being like, it's not true, that's a lie, it's actually the opposite of that. It just came to my mind immediately. Anyway, what? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was in fact acting for the Reaper. Yeah, we know. Because Van Six is not the Reaper, it's Strongheart. So you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination. Baron Van Six never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson. What the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Six. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Yes, Ryonosuke is the person currently having an unicorn for a gavel. Because apparently he couldn't use the normal wooden one for some god awful reason. Baron Van Six is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Joji Goku were on that very ship. If somebody had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. Unless I'm entirely correct about Jigoku hiding the body in the suitcase, in which case, how do I put this politely? Nobody would have realized that. What's so funny? Don't laugh at me, this is a public forum. This is a public forum of Angelica. You're right, of course, no suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you missed the point. That's precisely why the Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrada. What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying! You know, them lodges got taken out, had it coming. The boss weren't the Reaper. Or Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it. Honey, if you didn't hear them, you have no reason to believe them because you never heard them. What are you talking about? This girl, she's so silly. Then testify again as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't... I hate that. I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. This poor child. She's just a little girl. She's literally just #a girl. Yeah, I didn't know how a lot of stuff about what the Reaper got over these past 10 years. Names of victims, there's unpleasant stuff, and the last entry there was the defense of October. It said Bruce for the place and day, and then the name of the mark. There was another about him being a criminal who got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honestly, no, he was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. Well, you're kind of a piece of shit, aren't you? This must be so hard for her. Especially the part where she cannot go and tell Strongheart that he's a piece of shit. Out loud. You can't deny it now, surely, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can I deny? And also, can you stop using my entire name? The note would contain the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. So, who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade, read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the Grouse on the 31st of October. How do you read it then? Reading's still not her strong suit. That ain't the problem, right? It's a funny name. It ain't English. It had to read. So it's someone from overseas? Let me have a bash at it. Say Shiro. Is that? Yeah, say Shiro. You. Maybe? What? It can't be. Seishiro Jigoku. But that's Jigoku. Seishiro Jigoku, certainly not an English name, you're right. But that can be but that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku and I saw him the day before yesterday here in London. So I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and returned to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake. So he killed the inspector personally. Okay, so I have it confirmed. It was in fact obviously evil Judge Jigoku who actually killed Gregson. That's all the proof that I needed. They were in the same place at the same time at some point, which means that he did it, because all of the other information that we have might as well point at him. It has to be someone with access to the British judiciary to be able to get a firearm from them. It has to be someone with a suitcase that can carry a human body, because that's how they moved Gregson's body to that room. And it has to be someone with a time frame to be able to do, well, anything. Narratively, Jigoku has a time frame to do it. So Jigoku has a time frame in the sense of what probably happened is that he killed Gregson in the ship, kept the body in the suitcase in a place that is cold, because they have to have a place that is cold in a ship like that, to keep food and other stuff that requires refrigeration. Took out the suitcase, got to the hotel, and gave the suitcase to someone to send it to that location, because it didn't have to be him, which also gives him an indirect alibi. It makes perfect sense. I am so fucking smart for figuring it out. Although that would imply that he had the gun since before getting to London, but there's no reason to believe that he didn't get it from someone. There's no reason to believe, if obviously evil Judge Jigoku is in cahoots with Strongheart, which I do believe it, because they're both obviously evil, clearly they're gonna be in cahoots. I think that it would make the most sense. It would make the most sense for Strongheart to actually send the gun to him and be like, hey, the guy that was supposed to kill Gregson, who was Kazuma in the first place, didn't do the job, and Gregson, I need him to die, so if you can kill him when you have a chance, that would be cool. That would be super, super hilarious. We'll blame Band 6 for it. So, have a gun that we can use to incriminate Band 6 for the entire thing with. And that's it. That's it. You don't need more than that. It makes perfect sense. I am very smart. I'm not, but I like to feel like I am. So he killed the inspector, personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused. Baron Buck 6. It's an undeniably logical argument. Kazuma! You planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you? You bastard!
Hold it!
Oh, I wasn't expecting Band 6 to hold it. That's what she said, I guess. Oh. Bro, do you have to do that? On the stack too? First the test, not the shit. Dude, the wood, it's expensive. I hate this man. The second that I start to kind of enjoy his character, it's like the hatred pulls me back in. Pray forget the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice whilst I stand accused of murder. Lorban 6? You know the sarcasm doesn't work when you're like accused, like the accused, right? The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I said nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective. What? Nah, right, I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors heard around the yard. Reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony, it's practically a script. Now that the rest of this trial will go exactly as you have clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say? Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance. My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information related to the testimony just given by the witness. What is with you and that stupid fucking unicorn? I guess... walking cane, like stick, walking stick, cane / cane. Also, why is it metal? That feels like it would be really uncomfortable to use. Can you stop doing that? I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. He's gonna keep doing it. I know. I just hate it. Very well. I'll make an exception and grant a request. The defense may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. And allow me to toast to the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, beginning the cross-examination immediately. You know, like a little bit of wine. At once, my lord.
Hold it!
In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as a Reaper. Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? You could have been investigated the Reaper in secret, and that noble say what he found out. If I may. When originally people began referring to me as a Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate non-those criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. That was a mistake. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. Why now? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of the game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at his head. Bitch, I know you hate me, but you don't have to do that every time! I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I've been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Gruus? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate. Alone. So that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Fine. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seem a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? I mean, if you're thinking Joji Goku did it, no, I don't think you're overthinking it. I think you're entirely correct. Just saying.
Hold it!
Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff. What in particular? Well, beside the victim's name, this other name kept popping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday, the same name, written over and over again. You mean... Asashin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or someone, isn't she? Were you even listening yesterday? Asashin. The assassin. If the name doesn't make it obvious. What? Like, a killer, you mean? Gregson was the tactician, the one who came with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks early, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. Very smart. But the person actually executing his plans was somebody else, you're saying. If that's true, then the Reaper doesn't need such a sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Ah, then perhaps what it said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been clearly the assassin who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life? Gina, can you confirm that against the final entry that listed Cruz and Seishiro Jigoku? What name was written? Oh, well, as the only entry that didn't have a name next to it as it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something like that, I think. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. I mean, it makes perfect sense because we know it's Giselle Brett and she's fucking dead. It makes sense that she wouldn't have been able to go there to help Gregson do a little murdering. A nameless assassin.
Hold it!
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku? How what I said. Funny name if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor, which explains why he's obviously evil. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor's case, his repatriation was organized immediately. Excuse me, my nose is itchy. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I think you asked possible the money he's got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking.
Hold it!
What do you mean, a criminal? Judge Goku's no criminal? Well, don't ask me, I don't know nothing about it. Do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Goku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. Seishiro was trying to mitigate against his guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Because that continues to be illegal. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted a trial too, as it happens. You did? It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. But there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Goku was targeted for an assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. Then, 10 years later, the Mark returns to Britain once more. Okay, but then explain why Natsume was not immediately killed, even though apparently we had an extra case before he left for Japan, which, like, it was like the next day, but like, he had like at least a week probably to go and kill him. And with all due respect, why is Gina fucking alive then? Why is Gina fucking alive when she committed perjury? Huh? 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 That's a terrible imitation of a goose. I am so sorry. Huh? I'm not very good at goose sounds. Honk. Perhaps now you start to see just how indicative the Reaper... Just how vindictive the Reaper is. God, I can't read. Come on, that's absurd. To take someone's life for that. Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those people who have been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But... I mean, again, I'm gonna point out... Gina hasn't died, so, like, your entire theory hangs on, like, nothing. Kazuma. Asogi. If he's gonna be using my full name all the time, I'm gonna start using his full name then. Right, I have had just about enough of this. Gina? How is Nancy about the voice flying to kill people? It's Cobblers. Come on now. Yes? Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? What? You got to find a flaw, you do, usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You gotta work out who it is. Please, for the boss. Actually, our boss was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. You might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. Go fuck yourself. When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Mr. Strad. Is that clear? I had with a lot of eyes, slice every bleeding person looking this or any, but I have had enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. Do what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean? I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. Well, I might as well press the last one.
Hold it!
I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Yeah, like the chapter and the name of the game, well, the subtitle. Eh? What do you mean? Amongst everything we've had during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Really? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Well... Honestly, I think it's you.
Take that!
Like, he knows a little too much. Like, there's something about this entire situation that just doesn't make sense. Because Kazuma just knows a little too much. Which I know that it is because he knows. He knows that Greg's, like, he knows the Ripon is an organization, and he knows it's not Van 6. So, I have to assume that whatever he's saying, that just comes from a place of like, oh, this guy knows more than he's letting on, has to be either because, well, it's one or two reasons. Well, maybe it's the same reason, but it's two parts of the same reason. Because technically, he was the person who was supposed to kill Gregson, originally. Like, we know this. It was him killing Gregson and Giselle Brett / Asashin killing Wilson in Japan. And he never got to Gregson, so that was his responsibility. So he must have known about the plan since the beginning. Which would mean that he knows Stoneheart is the person at the top of this entire organization. So everything he says that comes out of nowhere makes only sense if you remember that, yeah, he knows about all of this because he was involved. By you, Kazuma Sogi. Me. Is this some attempt at filibustering counsel? Prosecutor Sogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Very well then, counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals the alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Asogi said? Wait, I think I get it. The trunk. The trunk has a piece of metal in it. I see. So Kazuma,
Take that!
this is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A blood stain. And a relatively fresh one, too. What? You mean that ain't grease from all the most suspicious chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it. We mean no for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. Right, so he had no way of knowing that there was a passport in there in the first place. That's the main point. I was just thinking about, like, wait, what about the sword, like the clear piece of metal that is, like, on that trunk that could probably be from, like, the sword if it's broken. Which, like, if his sword is broken, it's like, come on. But, like, yeah, it makes no sense for him to know about the passport now that I think about it. It's not just everything else that he said, it's just, like, that specific point, well, that's the most specific point, but everything else that he's done up until this point is just Kazuma just, I guess, tiptoeing or not ruining his facade, if you want. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. So the question is, how do you know about the inspector's trunk, in which the passport was located? Like, he knew about the passport because we've shown it, but yeah, he shouldn't have known where it was. We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
Bro, come on. But you knew it was a metal trunk! And answer me honestly, Kazuma. On the 31st of October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Renosuke? Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo, surely you don't think. Come on, Renosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. Emphasis on the hard. That's what she said. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you proved nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me? Are you challenging me to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt? That you were there that day in the same place as the inspector? He was there with Gregson. There's a clue that you've overlooked, a secret that Trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. But I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. Well, there's not a lot of people who have swords in this fucking place, so you know. I hate that. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. If us will identify for the court whether in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Where is the evidence that ties Prosecutor Asogi to Inspector Gregson? Yeah, about that. Open that up. And then, effect.
Got it!
This is your proof? What do you say to that, Prosecutor Asogi? Personally, I think tying the defense counsel to the inspector's trunk and tossing it into the sea would be more helpful. What? At least that way, London's courtroom will be safe from his destructive accusations. I believe that was a rather long way in the state of telling you that you're wrong, Mr. Naruhodo. But I pointed at the sword! I pointed at the piece of... Very well, then let us see if you sink or swim under the weight of his penalty, counsel. Ah, but why? I pointed at the thing! I literally pointed at the thing! Is it because of the position I pointed it at? Oh. Mr. Naruhodo, you can't allow yourself to be drowned at sea yet. I was hoping never to let that happen, funnily enough. Okay, fine. I'll do it in another... Yeah, okay, whatever. Be a dick. I checked that piece of metal before. This is bullshit. I'll just check it again, just in case. Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Oh, goddammit, I pressed it again. Sorry. Like, I'm so salty. Like, it's right there. I was clearly pointing at it last time.
Got it!
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here. Like the tip of a blade. Ah, a blade. Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the steam blade Karma. Of course it is. One you draw it here in this courtroom for all to see. Cut you, bitch. Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Ha ha ha! Knew it! Oh no! The tip is broken. That's what she said. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Professor Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Asogi? Bitch! Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi? Yes, on the 31st of October I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? I mean, why are you even surprised? Like, sometimes it gets me because it feels like everyone forgot, like everyone just forgot about the ending of the first game, you know? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Joji Goku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes. And I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it? We can't believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. I mean, we can, but at the same time, yeah. After all, Joji Goku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Okay. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck as indicated in the plan. You went to Joji Goku's cabin. Exactly. He wasn't there though, we decided to wait, but you already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent the night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk. My signature will be in the register book. it would be simple enough to verify. Then what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with a Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. And then his wretched agent's life. I love that he's saying this because he knows Advance 6 is not the Reaper. Like, he knows. And he's just like, yeah, keep blaming the man, dude. Like, that's gonna solve anything. God fucking damn it. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? Actually, yeah, that's a good question. I don't need to answer that. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade is irrelevant to the case. Accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. Great Sword Karama is now one of my evidences. Let me check on you for a second. Look, give me a second, Strongheart. I need to check on the saw. Karama, the Great Blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. The tip of the great sword broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karama's sobs. Asuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Nothing there. Is there anything else? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. We must take immediate action now to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be your first priority. It recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Six? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. I'm starting to get a little annoyed by your bullshit. Order! Order in the court! Order! We'll take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Well, it's getting good. Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Oh no, not Judge Jigoku, the obviously evil judge. No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except that is. of the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake. My lord? I sincerely hope we are successful. If we are unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Ah. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. Well, that's bad. For me, personally. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either. But on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear. Of course! The little Mr. Shum's doll that Iris gave us. If for some reason you completely want no options in the trial today, then just put these little Hurley's ears as high as you possibly can. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Oh, Harley's ears or not? Bro! Pull the shit out of them! Here goes then. I'm going to do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. Not looking back. Eve! That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here! It's the Feldol talking! Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. Alright then, I'll pull all my strength into it. Eve! Ow! Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off! Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse. She left over last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be on the way again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France? Please, even with my Atlantic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time. So you mean you've already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place. Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Sherlock Sholmes, world famous great detective. Supposedly. Recited to perfection, well done! You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes, that's the only word for it. I'm so glad that he's in pain. Ow, 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 ow. Mr. Sato, gently with this genius here, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Miktoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Scotland Yard yesterday, when we examined that notebook and I recall my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had her companions under my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? Why are we married again? We've just entered our recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful and also helpful. Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch fast. Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operating in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris' invention, not mine. Maybe it was on purpose because I never listened. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half an hour now before the cruise puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. Again, why are we married? So let us begin! Oh, we're actually investigating. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. Crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Why are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? You not recognize what traveling great sailor taking Stroganoff when you see... Oh, you're the other guy's brother, I assume. He does mention he had a brother. Remember second case in the first game? Yeah, like, I guess he's his brother. Great detective, ha! I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. It does say Sholmes. So that would be 5631045? I guess? Because of the way the army is positioned. Otherwise, it would need to be 540136. Does that? No, it would be a 2 if it was like in the other. Yeah, no, that's a 5. Okay. Goodness me, is that at a 2? That says Sholmes. I must say, with such adoration is flattering. Naturally, it does leave me a little cold. Oh god damn it, I thought that was Mikotoba for a second. What are you talking about? Leave now! How distressing! My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet I know a great deal about you, sir. I mean, Sholmes, to be fair, I think it's fair that he doesn't recognize you because every other iteration plus the original, like, stories of Sherlock Holmes, he's not blonde, he has, you know, dark hair, which I'm guessing they just did it, they just made him blonde to, you know, separate him from the Japanese cast more, like, visually, but still. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How do you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with this name on board. But we know he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk. He said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Satius realized that we're after him, has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away with you. Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses! Foiled again! The plan is ruined! When you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba? I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock. Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man! So the game is afoot! Let's see. What's that? Ah, the switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crewman wouldn't be able to see that, to see what we were doing. Not necessarily. No, I think not. That would never work, surely. I need to concoct another distraction. Like, some of it is a little too obvious. Unless, like, it could, I guess it could work. But there's also the alarm. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. You know what? If it doesn't work, we'll try the light. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You! What are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on out there? Anyone is strong enough, report at once. Ah, fuck. Sorry, sir. Nothing to report. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me. By warfare. No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now. Done. Not even 5 seconds, huh? Well, don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go. Oh, yes. Well, this place looks, a little, worse for wear. 3rd of November, SS Grouse, first class cabin number 2. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there, they're Saishira's without question. Well, it would seem we are a little too late. Just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may, which makes this all the more thrilling. Smart. Is he standing around for the record? No? Okay. I just want to check. Let's see. There's a speaking tube here. Look, though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge are an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in his cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy! Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated core room, do you think? Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoy culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba. The sight of you is making my mouth water. Aha. I'm hydrating because I need it, but also I'm just, okay. You know, dude, England is gonna make it legal in like 100 years, well, over 100 years, admittedly, but, in the meantime, you know, yeah, my honest reaction to that, I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. So he will, in fact, eat his friends. That wasn't a one-off. Remember for the second case when he mentions the chicken? This is the waste paper basket. Look, and there's still rubbish inside. Indeed. Then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London then. When I was still aboard myself. Evacuation drill notice. Okay. Yes, there was an evacuation drill, I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. I want to read that properly. Well, maybe in a second. These are the rules of passage. Passengers will not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases. I feel the rules have increased since last I read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotoba. There is nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in a Sogi's wardrobe. Indeed, he was, and it was of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with romantic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go! This will only take a moment. Really, Shums, surely you can just tell me what you said. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Of Sherlock Holmes. Thanks, Ned. The wall is a slightly different color just here, do you see? Indeed, what you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. No, there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere. Shums on you. That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say. Nah, whoever stoked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows. I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me. You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? That's a very sizable trunk indeed. That is what she said. Sashio is partial to all things large. That is also what she said. A rather comfy fellow if he failed to notice he's left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but it's still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different though. Sadly no, it has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations are present. Oh, he's back. You are still here. Ah, able seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. You are waiting for me. Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before. Or innocent Tikchikin? I don't know Russian. It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first... There is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Kakoi! I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. And for another, my dear seaman Stroganoff. You know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How? How can you? Good gracious, Jones, you mean you worked it out? All of it? Of course he does. Fucking Sherlock Holmes. It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. You can't just say that you missed me. So would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more. They're so fucking homosexual with each other. Ugh. Disgusting. What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. I just noticed that he's is of the essence. Okay, but like I just noticed that his thingies are like fish, like the I don't know what that kind of bow is called for like seaman, but like they're two fishies. I just noticed. Oh, that's adorable. I just noticed that. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. Ah, that is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you're not in it too, Mikotoba. Then please do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago. Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba. It's been 10 years since we last did these shows, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite! Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. As I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me! We get it, you're gay! God! Gay and a bottom. Really. I think I can manage that. Well, maybe a service stop. Anyway, probably the glass with ice. Like, it should have melted if it's been 2 hours.
Take that!
Oh, he gets a take that. That's cool. Why are you dancing? I know it's the dance of... No, excuse me. I know it's the dance of deduction, don't get me wrong. Why are you doing that with your feet? No. I thought it was gonna be like, I don't know. Slow and sensual, I guess. The homosexuality here is really strong, is what I mean. I was expecting something else. Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Ah. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off of the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would say Shiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grus are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? Ah, that's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door and Seishiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. I mean, yeah, I like, see, here's the thing, the murder happened here, so, makes sense. What traces? I know nothing about this. Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Holmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure you won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here. What's the key to this, Mikotoba? The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we all know. Now then, let's see if I can uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. Well, I mean, there's one thing that is clearly out of place.
Take that!
Like, come on. That's the most obvious part. No, seriously, why does he have to do that? Is the rules of passage in this frame here? They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. The frame was originally over here. Shape and size are a perfect match. Ah, you are right. When did frame move? Only the most observant of crewmen are you, Mr. Stroganoff. I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you leave that frame off the wall? Ah, a gunshot mark. I see. That looks like a bullet hole. Well, yeah, the bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see, the projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff, I have a distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you are talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence. This is some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep your first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides. Well, I can certainly do that. Okay, Weep. Oh. Okay, yeah, I see that. Chunky arms? Really? Wait, what does it have any other thing? The scarf, which I see that people noticed. And by people I mean me, because look at this shit. It's two fishies! I love that shit. Anyway, I saw the one of the cash, yeah.
Take that!
Come on. It's almost too obvious for words. Yeah, he could have hidden them, I feel. Quite! The universal language of the world! Money! Ah! And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishio Jigoku, yes? So I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found a chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. A slightless flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call these barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. You shall let your tapping toes aside, my dear fellow. He's in the trunk, clearly. Oh, whoa. Game, please. I'm not... He's in the trunk.
Take that!
Like, of course he's in the fucking trunk. He put a corpse there, of course he would fit. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Ah! Through this, Seiji Yoshigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. He still has a breath to take. I fear he may be running dangerously low there. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can be opened from inside the trunk. Or there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Yugoku hid himself inside the trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. No, I know nothing about combination lock. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? Now, Mikotoba, will you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember. Quickly now, we have little time. So that would be 5. Wait, it doesn't go to 6? So if that's not a 6, then I guess it would have to be like a 2? Like, none of these go to 6, so I guess it has to be, like, that looked like a 6 to me, but I guess it would need to be a 2. That's a weird ass 2.
Take that!
No, it's refusing to open. Wait, I was wrong? What? Did I fuck up? Am I stupid? Tell me, what number did you use? Well, to begin with, I thought it'd try my birthday. Bro. Your birthday, interesting, since as of today, with that absurd guesswork, you're dead to me! As measure as ever in response, Sholmes. That's why that's why your relationship is a mess. Like... If you would look in the right place, Mikotoba, the answer would be staring you in the face. The right place. But if you're having a spot of powder, I always find standing on my head aids the cognitive process. Look, I know what it is. I just... Oh, I put a 2 in... okay, that's what my mistake. I put a 1 instead of a 2 here. Oh, okay. I'm stupid. I spoke so much about it being a 2 and then I fucked up. Okay, whatever.
Take that!
My mistake. Fuck me, I guess. Motherfuckers. That did it, it's open. You had the medal, didn't you? That looks uncomfortable, Yugoku. Well, Jujin, you found me now. Seishiro, kind of awkward position you're in. Do you want any help? I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely surprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Yugoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion, who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. Obviously evil Judge Jigoku. He's obviously evil. Like, this is like, I feel like Sholmes is just staring at this guy and he's like, man, why are you lying? Why are you always lying? Why are you lying to my husband? To my not husband? I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of those colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket and here I am. Just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugene, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off in its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have the Seishiro. Take it. What is it? It's a submarina from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramification of ignoring a document like this from the British court would be. You came prepared then, Eugene. Come on, let's go. One moment! Oh, God damn it, Sholmes, really? What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket. That's... What is that, Seishiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. It's from Gregson's watch. It has to be, like, that's the thing to, like, you know, like, those are pocket watches, that's where you hold the chain. By the looks of his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know that he's fucked! Because we have the evidence! Looks to be you, obviously, evil judge. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of a brief sojourn in France. It's not... You're not even in France. Well, well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant, who happens to be your daughter. Yujin Mikotoba, I remind you that that woman is your daughter. Why is he like this? God, I hate this man. Not for nothing. Like, this is not me being homophobic. I just think he's a terrible dad. And he sucks. And I don't like him because he's been awful. And Susato is baby girl. So, you know. 3rd of November, 12:10 p.m., the Old Bailey Courtroom. Again! Kazuma Sogi. This bitch! I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying! Ned! During the past 30 minutes while this code was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me, you fucking Don't lie to me! We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. I wish all of you would die. Not because of this, just in general. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Yorinosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. No? No. Fuck you. Also, now that we have the court record, let me check that shit. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's a part of the top of the pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo, if this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean a pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Okay. And let me check this, because I didn't before. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. Okay, so he was killed on those 20 minutes, and then hidden in the Gregson, and then hidden in the thing. That makes perfect sense. What time? Oh, okay. I'm gonna go get myself my coffee because it's been like a hot minute from the time that I usually get it, and I haven't. And we're in the middle of a trial, so clearly we won't unless I get it now. So I'll be right back with my coffee. Alrighty, we're back. Ah, these two. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and had all relevant testimony. There can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. Still a crucial witness from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him? Yeah. But the investigators of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because along with Prosecutor Sogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. Hehe. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side. No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth. Well then. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street, and by his partner, I mean, like, Sato. Do I have to point that out every time? It's like nobody fucking cares about Sato. Ooh, that looks delicious. 3rd of November, 8:07 p.m. Sholmes' suite. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I, no? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeating Core earlier. So this prosecutor Asogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kasuma's changed. I don't know if that makes him hotter or not. It's complicated. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. Sholmes. That's not funny. When all this started, almost a year ago, Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened by then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. And one that you have to cross, like, an ocean to get to. So, what news of Jojigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock to him. Another man that he has explored the body of turns out to be a criminal. I'm sure it's the first time that it happens. Ah yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already. What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can't wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kipper, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll sit myself just here. This place appears to be the only seat with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, so we heard you're not there. Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Sushi's daddy. For me. That's why I made especially for you, Professor Mikey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I will have sisters, I mean. See? See what I mean? She's not dumb. I'm so pissed off about this because if they could just talk to Iris about shit, like, this situation wouldn't happen. Like, Iris is not dumb. She clearly figured it out by herself. Like, at this point, considering that she knows it's not Mikotoba, which I thought it was, but now, like, thinking about it, yeah, no, that makes no fucking sense. No offense to the girly, but she's too white. Even if her mom was white, I think she's a little too white. No offense, honey, you're delightful. Like, clearly her dad is not Mikotoba. It's clearly not Wilson, because it makes no same timeline wise. I think, like, I don't think he's the dead guy. So, like, well, I guess the question now is, who is her dad? Wait a minute. Let me think about it. Let me have my brain cells work for a second. I think I'm going somewhere. Why would Sholmes need to hide the identity of this child's father? I guess that's the question, because we hit the Hound of the Baskervilles thing from this child that it shouldn't be published for some reason. Those are the two things that we know. I can only assume they're connected, because otherwise he wouldn't give a shit. It's Shams, he's stupid. He's really smart, but he's also really stupid. So that would mean that it's related. And the only thing that we know that involves a dog, and it's literally what inspires the Hound of the Baskervilles that Iris writes in universe, is the case of the professor. Wait, hold on. Is the professor her dad? Is that why? Is Shams shielding this child of the weight of her father being a serial killer? Is it like a sins of the father kind of thing? Is that it? Like, that's the most reasonable thing that he's ever done, for the record, but like, I guess it makes sense if the professor was her dad, which inherently means that it could never be Mikotova and it couldn't be Wilson. But that continues to beg the question, who the fuck is the professor? Because I don't think it's Strongheart. I think Strongheart is just using another person. So, like, it can't be Strongheart, and God, I don't want you to be related to Strongheart. That would be terrible. But then who the fuck? Oh. See, Shams, it wouldn't happen if you talk to your child. Iris, do you mean? Yeah, I know now. I overheard yesterday. And also, you guys are not very good at keeping secrets. You're kind of dumb. I secretly listened on the conversation you had after I tricked you into thinking I left. What? So dramatic. He didn't need to do that. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotova are Iris' father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I am... I know, you can't tell me at the moment. Which is starting to get really annoying for the record. Oh, Iris. The reason is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic peasant? Because you don't deserve it, you piece of shit! Iris putting a little hand on Shams' shoulder. He's like, Hurley, I hate to tell you this, but you don't deserve the present. You don't deserve an apology. You're the one who knows that you're not telling me about this shit. You know how tired I am. You know how tired it is. God, you're so annoying. So just who is Iris' father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. No, but she'll make the connection probably the second that we figure out who the professor is. So then, let us dine! While our largely presentless plates are still piping hot. Fine idea, Shams. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds, except for Harley. He doesn't get any seconds, and especially he doesn't get any present. This could be your last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Why is he sitting like that? Bro! Just checking if there's something else around. Okay. Why are you sitting like that? Jesus Christ. He's so autistic. Jesus fucking Christ. Mr. Shams, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotova's refusal to share his present with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Harry, but I cooked our present especially for Susie Sally. You're not getting any. Stop being so annoying.
Even though I played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, you're not a good father figure, just saying. Could I discuss some things with you? Also that. Certainly, my dear fellow! I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No, where? No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. I'm going to throw this man out of a window. He is so getting chucked out of a window the second I have the information that I need. Just for that pun. So what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then, please? Ah, this. I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. What? Just 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. Yeah, at the end of the first game. He forgot. Why did he forgo? They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. Because I'm dumb. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you. Aw, man, I miss Hosonaga. I hope he's doing okay. And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great interest, do you understand? Anyway, the list of names was from Isacio's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. I do. He's obviously evil. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. I know, it's weird. It's making me uncomfortable. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Beria. It was all for nothing! Costima wasn't dead at all! You put me in that position, you bastard! We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. You owe me an apology.
maybe even 2.
I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What?
I capitalized on the events and transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Miss Susato. And then I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain instead.
Oh my, you mean?
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for somebody else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least.
Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? Stopping Kazuma... That's why... What? That's why you...
Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England?
Oh yeah, he did do that. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
So, you manipulated me? To be fair, he's been doing that the entire time. That's kind of obvious.
I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it.
But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I've subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought.
I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her.
Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then. Man, I hope she's okay. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, it was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see.
Oh.
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand.
An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. I think I get it. Is the telegram. Like, I get it. I think I understand where he's going with this. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was just Yugoku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. Asogi, A. Sheen, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appear as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked.
That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. Your secret is safe from Sherlock Holmes when he has the signs on knowing it.
Well, that explains how he gets all of his blackmail that he uses to, get away with bullshit. So he knew the entire time about the names in that list. He didn't... Let me think about it. So he knew this entire time. He probably got information that Wilson got killed immediately after it happened. Because, spying on the British government. Great work, Sholmes. Which would mean, consequently, his interpretation of the paper would be that the people on that paper should be killed. So he knew that Gregson was gonna die. He knew that Giselle Brett was gonna die. And he assumed that Kazuma would die. But we know by the way that Giselle Brett died, which was completely unrelated to the British government, or, well, the British government, Strongheart. It's Strongheart, I know it's Strongheart. He's obviously evil, I'm not that dumb. That wasn't the case. Because Giselle Brett, again, her death was completely unrelated. It was some Japanese nationalist who wouldn't have accepted money or something from someone from the British government to kill another person, even if that other person was British. So the only thing you can read knowing that is that the names were assassin and victim. So Kei Asogi T. Gregson means Asogi has to kill Gregson. Okay, it could be top bottom, maybe they're writing a fix for AO3, that's separate. But definitely the assassin thing. So he assumed that Asogi would be killed when rather Asogi's job was to kill Gregson. And he probably didn't realize this until he found out that Giselle Brett died, or until he found out that Gregson died. The one or the others. I assume by the time of Giselle Brett he might have realized, because she, again, her killer had nothing to do with the British government and would not have accepted like a job from them. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line.
Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names assigned to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partially mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected.
As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa-shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
She had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Ah, Kei Asogi and T. Gregson.
Into our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself, but I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain.
Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent the study tour from moving ahead. I was right.
Exactly!
So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I've recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
Yeah, guys, so, Dr. Wilson is dead then. I didn't know. Oh, Iris! We did promise not to say anything. Yeah, because you're dumb. You could have talked to her about it much earlier. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still. That's very sad.
Agreed, but still.
I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, yes. You mean about Asashine, I presume.
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Ah,
And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that had formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy.
which explains why when we were in the hotel he had like a moment, I guess. Like we were just having tea and shit and he was like,
No! How did I not realize this? I'm so stupid.
which is true, he is stupid.
Well, topsy.
What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Schultz?
I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of the victims. Of victims, rather. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asashine was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front.
Which would, of course, explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asashine is because he was the target of an assassination.
And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student.
Wait, you mean...
But of course, a name you know only too well.
You mean... Kazuma? Oh... Yeah, Ryonosuke, we've been known for at least like 10 hours. He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
And the mission was...
the assassination of the Mark.
Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say. Detailing an assassin exchange.
An assassin exchange? It's like Mom Exchange, but worse. Well, no, actually, that show was pretty shitty. How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that?
Let's assume that we have 2 parties each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would be an assassin's change.
So to begin with, the British assassin dispatches a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin dispatches a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point?
Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
Oh yeah!
Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
The highest levels.
These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive but by contractual agreement. As such, they appear utterly unrelated, yet in truth, assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That of dissociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer target was never Seiji Yoshikoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Kazuma was here for Gregson?
So Judge Shigoku wasn't actually the mark. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow.
Oh yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last.
This is too much to take in. Although it makes perfect sense. Wilson was the one who worked on the autopsy for Clint. So he knows that they probably lied about the state of the body or something to incriminate Asogi. And Gregson was the detective for that case. So it's eliminating people who could come out and ruin Strongheart with like his entire thing of like the Reaper and everything. Like, they're the only people who can bring out the fact that Strongheart probably manipulated that entire thing. You know. So they're loose threats, let's say. Alright everyone, that's quite enough of what I see you stuck for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to the hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Will you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really?
Well, to be fair, Sholmes and Eugene are basically married, so I guess they're sisters in the legal sense, if not the blood sense.
Yes, without question. So, you teach me other ways not to throw one out of the floor. Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree, Kaiser, really.
Oh, but wait a minute. If she's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, you know.
Huh?
I mean, yes, of course. If you have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. I hate this man. I hate him. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big boy and sister. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow! I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. At least the 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Look, it's a family picture. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Ah, that's sweet. Yeah, that's sweet. Yeah. Okay, let's get this shit going. Obviously, evil Judge Shigoku has to get testifying right the fuck now. 4th of November, 9:30 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Ah, we're back with a vengeance. I hate you! And your stupid unicorn. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that our respected Yari Inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with a resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. And the title of this game. Well, subtitle, you know. My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Long Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma! Look, I promise you, Van Six is probably not responsible. Probably. At least not of the Reaper killings. I mean mostly his dad. I mean mostly his dad. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. How many times do I have to tell you people that I am not the Reaper? You got me up to here with that bullshit. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Yes, my lord. God, I hate that unicorn.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baron Van Six.
The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seijiro Shigoku into the courtroom. At last, then. We've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for the steady resolve. Steely. Because this is going to test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
So it was you who issued this, was it?
Yosefina, I did what was necessary.
Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seijiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I'm of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Well, I never fancy a young murdering student turning up here of all places. Bro!
Can you not bring that up? You acquitted me yourself!
And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Metaphorically, not on a plane, like on a boat, but metaphorically you took flight.
Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment.
Excuse me? What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say?
You piece of shit.
I appreciate that our respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon.
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end too. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Well, you see, as this great detective, he gave me like a cool telegram chat, and you know. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson.
You little. Where did you get that?
In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku.
What? How on earth did you?
What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. Yeah. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was a counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British Police Inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
Strongheart is probably just like, oh god, how did I find out? It's like losing his mind. What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin's change. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What?
Yeah. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you!
Judge Jigoku? What's this all about?
And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryonosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. What? The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was a mark came entirely from you. Don't fucking come at me with that bullshit! Don't do that! No! To the corner with you! I'm gonna throw you out of a window! You're also getting thrown! First I'm throwing Sholmes and then I'm throwing you. What do you... I don't like that, no! Fucking piece of shit. You deliberately avoiding saying a name.
The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassins exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. And I'm not saying that because I'm responsible. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
His silence only goes to prove his guilt. That's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Yeah.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court.
There's no need for quite such a vicious hysteria, man. Very well, and as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know.
Strongheart does not like this. He does not like this.
It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin's change and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now.
Okay, before we do that, I realized that I checked this thingy, but I didn't check the pocket watch again, and I feel like it's gonna be like the last time when you have to examine vote again for it to count. What do you think, Mr. Sato? I feel sure I know exactly what would fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Grex's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Boop. A perfect fit. I knew it! Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Okay, there it is. Like, I remember, because it happened the same with, like, whose trial it was? Reber? Was it with Reber? I don't remember.
As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. Target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
That's a lie, and you know it. We had the evacuation drill itinerary sheety thingy paper thingy.
So you admitted then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder is the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling. Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
So you had a reason for taking his oath to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Asuma-sama. Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. He's not gonna do it.
I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I blacked out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk, because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in their room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Baron Van Six. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. Bro.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister or higher-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it's not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel?
Sure, obviously evil guy. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Yeah, about that. That's not true.
Objection!
Fuck you. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Jigoku's cabin. However, we can't be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
What? Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Look, Sholmes again.
He's always there. He's here, he's there, and he's everywhere. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 PM and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grus were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Yonosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because a witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel.
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it.
You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October?
Yes, I have this here. It's not component thing.
Take that!
I have this thing.
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch.
Pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tell us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you? You young murderer.
What part of you acquitted me yourself do you not understand?
Objection!
I'm so upsetty.
Expertly maneuvered, Yonosuke.
Thanks. I appreciate the compliments.
That's the only good thing, in relationship of like having him as the prosecutor or having Man 6. At least I get complimented every once in a while, and it's sincere. It doesn't feel insincere. And your argument sounds entirely plausible, at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I know that it would result in anyone having to listen to this rebel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
Bro!
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall in which you've stumbled.
Okay.
Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening on the 31st of October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
Says the man who had an assassin contracted. Technically 2 assassins, when you think about it.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustached Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with a Nippon Seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It was nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ponsei, a common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
Sorenosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there.
Yeah.
Are we forgetting the bullet hole on the wall? Okay, yeah, sure, let's forget that was there.
I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if the testimony holds, Judge Igoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
Fuck you, man! I'm cross-examining all I want! Sorry, my lord, the defense has the right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
Ah, don't worry, bitch, I'm not beaten yet.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you. You're gonna go to jail forever, by the way.
I need to check something here. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain on that same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse of a ship in your arms will raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but...
All passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's killed the idea then. Unless. But perhaps not. Mr. Sato? We heard that the first car passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd be perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I have to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objections. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
See, that's exactly what I needed you to say. Because there is, in fact, a way you could have done it.
Objection!
There is one single way you could have done it. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say. I would say the opposite is true. The opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ranosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous.
I presume you recall these, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us inside Judge Jigoku's trunk.
Order! Order! Order in court! I'm skeptical, counsel. That's a grown man's body. That a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene of Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite site are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place I've certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku, anything to say about that? No? Okay. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All core proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you both laid firm foundations for that already.
That's a lie.
The law is just gonna be used by rich people to get away with crimes. Just like is happening in this game right now. Like, this game is the exception because people actually get, like, you know, even the powerful get affected. In the real world, that's not how it works. Judge Jigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime?
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard.
Bro, we have proof that it was in your cabin, in Mrs. Cruz.
As the accused, Baron Van Six shot the victim at point-blank range.
There's no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time. The defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because the claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. We got you, Peach.
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Actually... Yeah, it would make sense it's a photo of the victim, because, like, his position is not of someone who just got shot point blank. Like, he's curled up. He's in the fetal position.
Take that!
It makes no sense.
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed.
Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position.
Ah.
Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting.
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of his arrival on Fresno Street, before it was currently turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No, you're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space.
Yeah, obviously.
Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Arrgh.
Send my trunk. I refuse.
What? On what grounds?
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan.
I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, just Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As a Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status as a this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Order in court! Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Wait, you really thought that this guy did? Kazuma, are you stupid? Kazuma is stupid. Kazuma is so dumb. Have you not shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You. Dear God, outrageous! So it was you! You admit to sense of reasons? No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. What? Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh. That's right, who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi! You... Yeah. I never thought that you stooped to these, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mind. Straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? I guess Kazuma did believe that the guy didn't do it, which is the dumbest fucking shit that he could have done, but fair. Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness cabin on the night in question. Yes, an assassination mission or less. You wouldn't! So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I admit to nothing more. We don't believe this. Counsel for the defense? What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Sogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is... yeah, it's not possible. Like... Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Sogi to commit the crime. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Sogi's involvement? Well, the timing. he wouldn't have had the right timing.
Take that!
The itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. That is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely,
Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk.
Ah.
Now, clearly the murder could have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time, but Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, "I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning." Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing.
No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
Boy just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish it.
No, that's out of the question. Yeah, he said it himself. We can prove it by the fact that he signed on the place he stayed. So like, there is proof that he was there. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof.
No,
There's no escape this time. You can't forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Please don't break it. You're gonna have to pay for one of those again. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku.
It was a damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
Bro! God damn it.
Bro, really? You're gonna have to pay for that one.
It's over! My life is over.
Yeah, that's your fault.
Look like it's your fault. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands.
The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. Things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation: to eliminate the mark myself, personally.
Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangement for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Ah. So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at the liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I shot him until he lost consciousness. There was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise may have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I'd intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. Oh, so that's why he had it. I thought that he was just, you know, he just asking a pal for it. Okay, cool, fair. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon in order to meet a man by the name of Huge Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Ah! I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a Hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Makes sense. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to duplicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap.
Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was a bag of fish and chips. Ah,
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
don't you have any shame? This man, I swear. Oh, come on, dude.
I've had enough. I've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you. I cannot say.
Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. Yeah, it's Strongheart.
What are you waiting for? Can we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. Finished.
I almost feel bad for him. Like genuinely. Like surprisingly enough, I kind of feel a little bad for him. Not that I, think he doesn't deserve it, because by God, you went and decided to work for Strongheart of all people, but
Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
What?
Says Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found.
Oh, okay. I worried for a second because Van Six is our client.
And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
We're fine. That's good. Everything is okay.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitted to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent convenience of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Kazuma, you're salty, aren't ya? Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you? Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. Yeah,
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor.
As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Baron Van Six.
Objection!
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it! Fucking damn it. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel?
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Igoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Baron Van Six has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Professor Asogi. Prosecutor Asogi, god damn it.
It's like my immediate thing is like, just reading as professor. I guess I'm still thinking about his dad. Now that I think he's not the professor, I know. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seijiro Shigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is who coerced Shigoku, who was pulling the strings. The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly, that would appear to follow.
The prosecutor in Araby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baron Van Six, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his skill beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Bro! Why are you like this?
Order! Reaper of the Veil. It's a long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Six very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he's the Reaper. Perhaps the circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Six. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. You'd stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Six unwittingly started 10 years ago. Yes?
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Oh, god dang it! I fucking hate this bitch.
Bro, they bought a new one and you're already ruining it with your boots! He keeps doing that. Pray to turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't sold the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Six! I first had to suffer the settlement of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, even though the weight of implied guilt has gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Six. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. Okay.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. He's being kind of a little bit of a bitch. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend and boyfriend. And that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony of the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
As you wish, my lord. Okay. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange.
So you denied all accusations by the prosecution. Though that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange.
I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in position to forswear.
Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Renosuke Naruhodo?
Yes?
Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
I get paid? A desire to uncover the truth. Alright, we barely get paid.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty.
I mean, it has happened.
From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. Thus, Bruno Mars is gay. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord.
I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Yeah, I know. I realized the second that he mentioned Wilson. Like, if he just mentioned, like, Gregson and everything, like, but he mentioned Wilson, and that's the mistake he made. Like, that's the main mistake. Because there is one specific correlation between all of them. Like, there's one thing, there's a common thread. Where is it? Yeah.
Objection!
There it is. What is this? An autopsy report. Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Six.
What?
My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
The autopsy report of the professor's final victim is an indelible. God damn it, I hate the English language. Indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Know that accursed name again. The professor.
I personally researched all of the court records relating to that case.
I know at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls, and for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Six, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence.
Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Sixtier to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. But all the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated. If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced. Isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Yep, there it is. Conspiracy.
Order at once!
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a shame, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this venture for Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to squash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash! You're claiming your father was misinterpreted in a trial that took place a whole decade ago! You must see that without evidence, there's nothing more than a wild accusation! As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seijiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. That truth. The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I had already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret! While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karma, before the inspector's eye. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it?
That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor, there's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately by then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So you admitted then, the evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated?
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
I am not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it.
That's right. Even then.
And that's how he ended up breaking the saw. So that's when the tip of the saw broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. The results of Clint Van Sick's autopsy were fabricated. Then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baron Van Six. Okay, but Kazuma, there's a problem with that. Varrock was not the original prosecutor of the case. It was Strongheart. And I think Van Six realized that immediately, because he knows that he requested for Strongheart to step down so he could prosecute. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly, and as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Yugoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ah. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Varrock Van Six. Again, I think that Van Six immediately makes a connection because he knows, like we know, we've been told. Kazuma Soggy. What? What you've just told the court? Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. It's shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Six. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. Lord Van Six isn't the one behind all this. Then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... You're 53? You're 53. You look older for some reason, to me, personally. You're 43? Bro! 43! You should be like... Yeah, you should be 53. You could be 43, maybe.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yeah. He was the original prosecutor. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Six, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Nah. Well, Lord Van Six. 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the laws to allow my brother's cough to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. When he was in charge. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. You've used me, you piece of shit. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seijiro Shigoku. Long Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Oh, really? This is not the time! The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Sick's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. In the course of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This course has no business raking over the course of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accused are brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? Probably there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Sick's autopsy. There is. There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Yeah, there is one person. One single piece of shit. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous, there's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. Even though you're my boyfriend. I'm doing it for the truth. And to kick the shit out of Strongheart. He just called Japan backwater. That's so rude. Do you have to be racist right now? The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Sick is, famous asshole, terrible father Jujin Mikotoba.
Take that!
Also known as, Herlock Sholmes' boyfriend. Heaven help us, another Japanese! An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Jujin Mikotoba, 16 years ago, he came to London with Seijiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could this testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and the masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. Now this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly what we need with this testimony.
The professor's case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Sogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
Bro! You don't say that.
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Eijiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. I'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me?
Yeah, actually, I don't mean you. Yeah, that's literally what I mean.
Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Sogi.
Oh no, he's sad. Yeah, that's a scream of pain and sorrow if I ever had one.
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Curtis!
Who is it this time? No, really, who is it? Ah, it's Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Sholmes!
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Ah. But he's good. He probably has like some proof or something. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seijiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Lormel Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? Do not belong to the precarious prevarications of your superiors.
Ah, manipulating the peanut gallery, I see.
Order, order in court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. I can't read. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolutely authority here.
Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. Will I really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can only say he doesn't sense anything? What's... The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before the young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody. God damn it, I can't read. I can't read fast enough. What did he say? He's remanded in custody. Okay, fine. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my defendable colleagues in the gallery. I respect them.
Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
You're fucked, bro.
The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
Sounded a little bit too close to whorehouse, which I guess it is a little bit in this case.
Our recess will be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know?
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes?
I trust you have Iris' little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely. It's still in my pocket.
Sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Please don't hurt my ears.
Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
And we get saved by Sholmes again. So it's Long Strongheart, he's the Reaper of the Valley. What exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to plunge into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Yeah, but next time, because we're 30 minutes over time. Like, we'll finish tomorrow, it's fine. I wasn't expecting it to take more than 4 hours. But apparently, you know. Yeah, that's gonna be everything for today. And tomorrow we're actually finishing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Resolve 2. 2 Resolve. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here. I guess I'm gonna have the time to figure out who the professor actually is. Now that I guess I have all of the clues that I need. I'll think about it and I'll come with a response tomorrow. God forbid. I don't think it was Strongheart directly. I think he's a mastermind, but I don't think he did it. Like, he didn't do the deed, but he planned the deed, you know what I mean? Anyway, again, thank you everyone for being here. Tomorrow we'll finish this, and then we'll start another game. I already know which game. I'll talk about it tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day, a good end to your weekend, to your week, a good start to your weekend, and I'll see you tomorrow for the end of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 2 Resolve. Well, Chronicles is like the package of the 2 games, but this is the second part and it's Resolve. And the point is, we're figuring it out. We're learning about the conspiracy. We're finishing the game, and we're resolving stuff. Yeah. I swear to God, if I figure it out, I'm gonna feel very proud of myself. Mostly because I'm dumb, and I like feeling like I'm smart sometimes. Anyway, have a good rest of your day. Bye, everyone.